already introduced me, but I will take a minute to just introduce me. These are the answers. The third one you did not get right. Most of you got right the first two, despondent, decisive. And these eyes show uneasiness. Okay? When you're apologetic, your eyeballs go down. His eyeballs are going to his left side horizontally. This is a sign of is feeling guilty or uneasy about some action he has done, or right now is feeling an uneasy situation. Okay, let's move on forward from here. I graduated from IIT Delhi in 1979. I'm a corporate trainer to 125 leading organizations in India, the Middle East, the US. I'm a columnist to the Times of India, the New Indian Express. I'm an award-winning author of 5 books. The award, this was my first book. I incidentally rode in a moving bus while going to the office every day and coming back in my chartered bus. So these are 5 books, and I'm also still working on some other books. They are mostly on communication. This book was also on communication. This was adjudged to be the best to be published in the country in 2001. I've written lead articles for personal excellence and leadership excellence. The magazines brought out by Covey Leadership Center in the US. Uh, and my articles have featured on the covers. Uh, I have appeared on the evening live show on the television to respond to the queries on behavioral issues on the National Network of Television. I was profiled as the Trainer of the Month in March 2017 by Sharon Armstrong Associates, a Washington, D.C. company. I worked for over 20 years in a public sector undertaking, Steel Authority of India Limited. I have been featured as one among the 19 gurus picked up from all over the world. British psychologist and author. She wrote this book, Beyond the Secret, and she has quoted my work and based her book on. So I was among the 27 international gurus interviewed in the Awaken to Your Greatest Life Terror Summit hosted by Live Big Media USA. Now, with this introduction, we will now start focusing on the real subject of emotional intelligence. I will start with importance of emotional intelligence. And very you must be wondering, you yet have not been told what is emotional intelligence. And I already started telling you about importance. Yeah, that I'm doing it purposely. In the next slide, we look at the definition of emotional intelligence. But I think first you must understand why it is important. Just as we measure cognitive intelligence by IQ, emotional intelligence is measured as EQ. Now, there are 2 schools of thought in emotional intelligence. One says emotional intelligence can be measured. Another says it cannot be measured. And I come from the second school of thought. I believe that they give some questionnaires, and we are all of us are unknowingly, unconsciously biased in our favor. And we are pretty intelligent. When a question comes, we unknowingly tend to answer it in ways that puts us in a better position than our reality is. So most of the more unintelligent you are, or the more unaware you are about yourself, the less self-knowledge you have, the higher you will score on EQ. You're getting my point? If I do not know who I am, I will be biased in my favor, and I keep ticking the expected right answer so that I maximize my answer. That is the reason I do not believe that EQ can be measured, because it is the measurement comes from mind. Emotions do not come from mind. Emotions come from heart, or the limbic system, or the middle part of the brain, which is not in our control. Okay. So that's the reason I don't believe that EQ can be measured. But yes, you can get some idea that this man has higher EQ than the other person. Just as love cannot be defined, EQ is very difficult to define. But human beings have a habit to measure things. That's why some people tend to believe that we measured. Okay, now if you just improve your emotional intelligence, another thing I'll tell you, IQ cannot be improved. Okay, IQ cannot be improved because IQ is the capacity to learn. Now, you are born with this capacity, and this capacity doesn't change. You become a PhD, you become a scholar, but your IQ will remain the same. Don't confuse intelligence with knowledge. They are two different things. With intelligence, you can gather knowledge. With memory, you can store it, but that does not reflect your intelligence. With intelligence, you grab knowledge, but with knowledge, you won't become more intelligent than you were. So a lot of PhDs come because of hard work, not because of intelligence. Okay, so, but luckily for us, EQ can be improved. Unlike IQ, EQ is learnable, it is improvable. You can improve your emotional intelligence. Now, I want to tell you one thing, that once you improve your emotional intelligence, automatically you improve in 36 soft skills. For example, if your EQ goes up, the ability to communicate improves. Then the ability to make decisions improves. Most of the people think that they make decisions logically, rationally, but this is a myth. Almost all our decisions are emotional decisions. Now, scientists have scanned the brain and they know for sure that they can predict your decisions almost 10 seconds before you become consciously aware of them. A scientist asked people to press either a red button or a green button. And the brain was hooked to their computers, and the place where the right hand is connected in the brain, in the motor cortex, they would see a movement, some kind of electrical charge coming there. And that charge says this man is going to move his right hand or is going to press with the right brain. And vice versa, they will see at some other place a movement which indicates this man is going to press the red button. Now, something interesting happens here. The scientists have seen that this person is going to use his left brain to press the red button, which is on his left side. And this person is asked to not only press the button, also note the precise moment when he made a conscious decision to do so. It has been found that scientists could predict his decision 10 seconds before he made up his mind. So that means the decisions are ready somewhere in our unconscious mind. They take some time to make them available to the conscious mind. This is something very interesting. And it has been seen that we will first make an emotional decision and then justify that with some reasoning with the left brain or the logical brain. So there was a very famous person in America. His name was Benjamin, and Benjamin was of choice, of his own choice, was against cruelty to animals, and for that reason he has become a vegetarian, which is very uncommon in the Western society. And not today, 150 years ago, he made this decision. Now, some interesting thing happens. He used to love fishes. He used to. Now, human beings are very interesting. When they say I love fish, they don't say that they will love or protect that fish. When I love fish, actually the human beings mean that I'm going to kill you. So the God was seeing there that someone was saying, I love fish, and then he started cutting it to pieces. I love chicken, he started cutting it to pieces. And then after that, he said, God, I love you. And God ran for his life. So what we do is, Benjamin, at an unconscious level, at an emotional level, wanted to continue eating fish. So you know what he did? One day he was cutting a fish and he saw a fish inside a fish. So he said to himself that when a fish can eat another fish, what is so wrong in my eating the fish? So he found a justification. And most of the beliefs that we think we have, these beliefs are not formed on the basis of truth, facts, or morality. That is what we want to believe. But if we examine our beliefs, all our beliefs are actually decisions. And decisions to justify what will give us psychological security, what we don't want to give up. We have a bad habit. You know, most of the smokers think that they are born with some unique blessing that others will die smoking, but they will not for some strange reason. So they justify that in some way, that smoking makes me intelligent and things like that. Or something like my Nana used to smoke 6 packets and he continued to live till 94, right? Something like that. We justify it. So most of decisions are emotional decisions, and if your EQ improves, your decision making improves. Time management, we think that time management is basically planning your time and packing your day with a lot of activities. When I was in the job, I attended some few trainings on time management, and I interpreted from all this that time management is nothing but planning your day. Yes, that indeed is one part of time management, but once you have planned, that planning comes from the rational brain, logical brain, but the brain that makes you act, the brain that makes you behave in a certain way is not your left brain, it is the emotional brain. Let us say I decided to do yoga at 6:30 in the morning. That's the plan. Fantastic. On the plain paper, it looks great. But when 6:30 comes, what do? I pick up a newspaper and then I start doing little gardening, plucking the dried leaves from the plants and all that. You know what I'm doing? My unconscious mind, my emotional brain is saying, look, I don't want to do yoga. So it unconsciously starts doing things to distract me. And I will think, no, I will do yoga, but let me read the newspaper. No, I will do the yoga. I'm not saying I'll not do it, but let me pluck the leaves from the plants. They're looking so shabby. I'll justify it. And I'll keep doing it until it is 7 a.m. and I say, okay, chalo aaj chhod dete hain, I'll do it from tomorrow. So time management is also run by emotions. If your emotions are not in alignment with your planning, your time management will go haywire. Change management. All change we resist because our emotions want us to stay in a comfort zone. And change means coming out of that comfort zone. It's an emotion. And therefore, change management, you can read as many books as you want, but they will not change you because all that you're learning is going into your logical brain. But action comes from a different part of the brain, which is called parietal lobe, which is here, just below this. Okay, the reactions come from here. Every day, 400 books on leadership are published all over the world, and there are millions and millions of books on leadership. But if you ask anyone, he will agree with rest of the us that today the world is facing a leadership crisis. The more we come to know about what leadership is, the less we practice it. I conduct leadership workshops, and when the participants, they return to their workplaces, their boss looks even worse than before because now they know how the leader should be. And there is a big gap between how the leader should be and how the boss is, because now they're looking at him very critically. Empathy. Empathy means empathy and sympathy are different. When you throw a few coins towards a beggar, that is sympathy. कि तू भी क्या याद करेगा, बड़े आदमी से, बड़े दिल वाले से मिला. Look, I'm a big-hearted man, I'm giving you money. That is some kind of relative superiority about the act. Empathy means you transfer yourself for a minute inside the body of this beggar and ask yourself, if I were a beggar, what would I expect from this person that you are? And then you give what you expect to that person. Stress management. So all these things which are soft management skill, soft skill, 33 management skills, in fact, are hidden in this tree, which stems from emotional intelligence. If you improve your emotional intelligence, you will automatically become good in 33 management skills. So it is the mother of soft skills. So if any institute, any organization is serious about developing people, it should, the first training it should think of imparting to her people is emotional intelligence. And you don't just have to introduce them to emotional intelligence, you have to take them by levels, level 1, level 2, level 3. You go on, priming them to become more emotionally intelligent. What really happens is EQ is, people do it for fashion because it is in vogue, but no one bothers about it once the workshop is over. People just don't bother. People are busy also, and they don't understand its importance, and then take their own ways. Now, I will tell you something very interesting about emotional intelligence. High-level IQ people outperform average IQ people 20% of the time. Despite high-level IQ, you will be able to outperform average IQ people only 20% of the time. So it is not a big advantage actually. If you're very intelligent, it's not a big advantage. In fact, intelligence is a trap. You will develop all kinds of bad habits. You will develop all kinds of lack of integrity. You will become egoist, that I am so intelligent, this and that. There has been a research, and somebody has written a book called Intelligence Trap. Even though we worship IQ, if IQ is not guided by rationality, by reasoning, by emotional intelligence, it is likely to do more harm than good. Most of the drug addicts have been found to be very high on IQ. Okay, now average IQ outperforms high level IQ 70% of the time. So if you're not very intelligent, but you have an average intelligence, you are at a better position because you are likely to outperform a high level IQ guy 70% of the time. So there is a gap of 10%. That 10% means neither way, both are equal chances. So average IQ has a more possibility to outperform a high level IQ. So you do not have an advantage if you have a high IQ. Let us look at what happens when you have a high EQ. 90% high performers are high in EQ. In any organizations, those people who rise to the top are the ones who show high levels of emotional quotient. 20% low performers, only 20% low performers are high in EQ. So if you have a high EQ, there is only little chance that you will be a low performer. Dear friends, you are new to the organization, but if you talk to your seniors, they will tell you on the day the promotion results come, people are surprised. Did you see the face which represents shock and surprise? That is what most of the faces are on that day. And they are whispering to each other, अरे यार इसका कैसे हो गया, तो कभी काम नहीं करता था यार, देखो क्या जमाना आ गया, ऐसे ऐसे लोगों का प्रमोशन हो रहा है. And that man who used to come on Sundays also, और 10-10 बजे तक काम करता था, उसका प्रमोशन नहीं हुआ. Dear friends, I was one of them. I used to never could understand how these people who do not work get promotions and how hard-working people are ignored for promotions. When we were used to be interviewed for promotions, our seniors were on the interview panel. Well, the first question they will ask us, which plant you will like to go? Where should we transfer you? Okay. Now, what I'm trying to say is, now having left the job, now I understand partly why that happens. A person who is high in IQ, who has put in work, his parents have always told him that hard work brings results. His parents have told him that intelligence pays, intelligent, smart work pays, right? So these things become our beliefs. And when we go into the world and find that things are just the opposite, we get a shock. By any chance, I'm not saying that you should not work hard. By any chance, I'm not saying that you should not feel good if you are having a person with high IQ. All that I'm saying is all these things are of little use unless you develop emotional intelligence by its side. If you don't want to be disappointed in your life, develop emotional intelligence. I met a friend, his father was dying in his last days, and I asked how the things are going. He says, my father hurls abuses at us, even though we are taking care of him, he's not satisfied and happy. Whereas my younger brother, who has never served him, he loves him, he likes him. The difference is EQ. Let us understand another thing. 36% people cannot identify their current emotion. We live in a world which is comparatively a highly literate world. Our country may not be highly literate. Kerala is a state which is highly literate, but there are countries which are 100% literacy. But even though we are literate, we are, in terms of emotional intelligence, are illiterate. And emotional intelligence is the most important thing to develop in your life. 36% highly intelligent people cannot identify what emotion is going through them. Did you notice that when we were showing you the picture of disgusted face that represented disgust, most of you had difficulty identifying it. Just as I was showing you the eyes of a person who was feeling uneasy, most of you were having difficulty identifying that. Okay, so I am going to stop here and give you an opportunity to ask any question that you have in your mind, or if you want to clarify something, let me know what is it that you want to clarify with me. And thirdly, if you want to share something, please share with us. And if you have nothing to say, none of these three things, you don't want to ask a question, you don't want to clarify anything, you don't want to share anything, then at least write, go ahead, so that I know where we stand. So Divya, you need to read out if there is any comment in the chat box, and I'll wait for 30 seconds to see whether somebody wants to ask a question or not, or want to clarify something or share something. But at least write, go ahead if you have nothing to ask, so that we don't waste time. And Divya, when you...
Sir, there are there are responses coming for go ahead, sir. They're asking you to go ahead.
Okay, mostly to go ahead. Okay, that's the easiest response. Okay, so let me move forward from here. Now, before I tell you what emotional intelligence is, I would like to hear from the participants, what do they think? I want them not to answer my question. I want them to make a guess. What is their guess? What would emotional intelligence be? I don't want a correct answer. I want your opinion. I want your guess. Divya will read out what people think emotional intelligence is. Allow yourself to go wrong. अगर आप डरते रहोगे कि मैं गलत ना हो जाऊं, तो फिर आप कभी कुछ सीख नहीं पाओगे, कभी पार्टिसिपेट नहीं कर पाओगे.
So the responses say, one response is self-awareness.
Self-awareness, very good. And
the other one says how much empathetic we are.
Okay.
Understand emotions correctly is the other response.
Oh.
Other response says ability to understand people.
Oh, very good, very good.
Like knowing some other emotion. So they're like responses like this, sir.
Please read that again. What did you say?
Knowing some other emotion is like
knowing someone's
Shivam was saying it as knowing some other emotion and able to identify with the situation and react accordingly.
Very good. Very good.
To analyze emotions.
What's it?
To analyze emotions correctly. Similar kind of responses.
Analyze the emotions correctly. Okay. Okay. Emotional intelligence, I will define it in 4 parts. First of all, just see, it is an iceberg. 9/10 of intelligence is EQ. And whatever little you are seeing above is IQ. So EQ governs a very large part of our life. and only a very small part is influenced by IQ. Emotional intelligence enables one to be aware of one's own as well as others' emotions. This is the first part of the definition of emotional intelligence, that अगर आप अपनी इमोशंस के प्रति अवेयर हो और लोगों की इमोशंस के प्रति अवेयर हो कि मुझे क्या इमोशन आ रही है, दूसरे आदमी को कैसे क्या आ रहा है, उनकी फेस देख के, then we can say that you have laid the foundation of emotional intelligence. Just as a building has a foundation stone, like that, this is the foundation of emotional intelligence, which is awareness of your own emotions as well as the emotions of others. Now, generally, if somebody has got angry and he starts throwing the plates and crockery at home because of his anger, he will little later realize that he was angry after breaking the crockery. Will we say he's aware of his emotions? In a way, yes. But authentically, if we say, actually he is not aware of his emotions. बाद में पता लगाना, if you become aware of your emotions after you have done all the damage, it is of little use. I will not say no use, but little use. Awareness of emotions means when the emotions are just being born. Before emotions are coming out, it is like a bubble which starts from the bottom of the pond and it is like a point. And as it goes up, it becomes bigger and bigger. So when it is not even a point, it is about to become a point. If you become aware of that, that I'm about to get angry, I'm about to shout, I'm about to slap this person, I'm about to insult this person, that is emotional awareness. Not after, not during, but before the emotions are going to take part, if you become aware of it, it is awareness in the truest sense. Second is develop mastery and control over your own emotions as well as the emotions of others. You can never control or manage anything unless you are aware of it. The things you are not aware of, you cannot manage. If you do not know and if you are not aware of, how do you spend your time? How do you spend your money? How much money comes and where I spend them? And you never keep a record of them. You will not develop awareness of how you spend your money and you will fritter away your money. Mike Tyson was a boxer, multi-billionaire, and he started spending lavishly. And after some time, his financiers, the people who used to keep his finances, they started telling him, the bankers approached him that money is no money is there in your accounts. He never kept a record. So he was not aware of it. Since he was not aware, he could not control his finances. You may wish to spend your time very judicially, wisely, intelligently, but if you do not keep track of how much time you spend on your mobile phone, एक बार मोबाइल फोन पकड़ लिया, पता ही नहीं चलता भाई कितना समय निकल गया. बस स्क्रॉल ही करते रह गए, स्वाइप करते रह गए. You will not know how much time because you never thought of keeping a record. So you are not aware how much time you're spending on non-productive things. Then you cannot control it. Then you cannot manage. The first step is awareness, and the second step is control, management, mastery. So the second step comes second because it is the second step. The first step is awareness. Awareness leads to control. My son was sitting in my room one day and I had a workshop. I came back home and I said, so you have an exam tomorrow, so are you finding my room nice to study? He said, no, Papa. I said, why? He said, there is so much noise coming from the window AC. I wonder, how do you study in this room? And then I went near the cover of the AC and slapped that AC's cover, and the sound stopped coming. I said, I study here like this. I knew where the sound was coming. I was aware of it, so I could control it. My son did not know. He was not aware of where the origin of noise is. So the noise kept controlling him. He could not control the noise. So you need to be aware. Then you can manage. If you are not aware of your emotions when they're taking place inside you, if you're not aware of the emotions of other people when they're taking place inside them, you can not manage them. They will manage you. They will control you. Most of the people, when they're angry, they have no control left. It is the anger that controls them. So he says, if you find yourself a lion chasing you, what will you do? अगर तुम्हारे पीछे शेर भाग रहा है, ऐसा हो तो तुम क्या करोगे? बोला, फिर मैं क्या करूँगा? तो शेर ही करेगा जो उसने करना है. It is like that. If you're not aware of your emotions, then only emotions will do whatever they have to do with you. You may stab someone, you may kill someone, you can murder someone. Most of the first-time crimes take place because people are not able to manage their emotions. Okay. Once you are aware and once you're able to manage your emotions, then you can get along well with your wife, with your husband, with your spouse, with your brothers, with your parents, with your boss, with your juniors. अगर आपने इमोशन मैनेज करना सीख लिया अपनी और औरों की, then as a result of that, you can get along well with yourself and others. We have often heard that she does not get along well with her mother-in-law, but we have never heard she does not get along well with herself. I want to ask you a question. Can there be a person who does not get along well with herself or himself? Please write your response in the chat box. Divya will read out to me. मेरा क्वेश्चन बहुत सिंपल है, क्या कोई ऐसा व्यक्ति हो सकता है who does not get along well with herself or himself? So your answer is yes or no, and Divya will read out to me.
There's an answer saying yes, sir.
Okay. Only one answer?
The response is coming and the other one says no.
There is a no also.
Again, yes. Yes. Like
yes or no?
It's a mix of yes and no.
Most of them are yes.
And yes, most of them are yes.
Okay, so yes is the correct answer. Not only there is a possibility that there could be people who do not get along well with themselves, it is usually the case. अगर आपका अपने से रिश्ता ठीक नहीं है, तो it will begin to reflect in all your relationships. If you are an unhappy person, that unhappiness will spill over in all your relationships. And when are you not happy with yourself? Because you do not get along well with yourself. And when do we say we do not get along well with ourselves? If I have some expectations from myself and I'm not able to fulfill them, then I will not get along well with myself. I said I'll do 6:30 yoga, but I started plucking the leaves from the plant. I started reading newspaper. At that time, it was very comforting because those jobs were easier than doing yoga. But afterwards, I will feel guilty and I will be angry with myself. And that is what is called not getting along well with yourself. Most of the people don't get along well with themselves, and as a result, they do not get along well with your mother-in-law, with your father-in-law, with your boss, with your friend, with your junior, with your boss. So if you're aware of your emotions, if you're aware to manage them, if you can manage your emotions, you will be able to do what you ask of yourself and you will begin to get along well with yourself. And the same thing, if you can be aware of the emotions of others, you can manage the emotions of others. And when you can manage the emotions of others, you can motivate them to do things that you expect of them. So this is the third step: awareness, mastery, getting along well. And if you get along well with your colleagues in a team, you collaborate meaningfully. How do you remember this definition? You can remember this definition. There is a word which is often spoken in offices is AMC, that is annual maintenance contract. So remember AMC, but before C put a G also, AMGC, which is what? A for awareness. Awareness of what? My emotion, emotion of the other person. M for mastery. Mastery of what? My emotion, emotions of others. Get along well. Get along well with whom? With myself and others. And then collaborate meaningfully. A, M, G, C. A for awareness, M for mastery, G for getting along well, and C for collaborate. So this is a 4-part step-by-step definition of emotional intelligence, and very simply it gives you a broader overview of what emotional intelligence is. Now, Daniel Goleman, I will tell who he is a little later. He says, scientific research has proved that emotional intelligence accounts for up to 80% of your success at work. किसी की प्रमोशन हो रही है तो इसलिए नहीं हो रही कि उसने बहुत काम कर लिया या उसका दिमाग तेज है. काफ़ी चांस है कि he was selected because he has very good relationships with his boss and the people who matter, with his juniors, with his colleagues. It is the networking that will take you ahead in your life. When I meet very successful people in my life, I often hear a sentence from them. They say, and you know what, I knew Satish and then 20 years later I met, he had become a CEO. I said, yeah, I need a job, and then he immediately inducted me there. So it is your relationships, it is your networking that takes you ahead in your life. But people will not help you if helping you is a risk for them. They'll help you when they trust you, when they know that you will bring good to their company, you will work hard. And relationship is an icing on the cake. Emotional intelligence is a very important icing, and this is the one which if you do not put before, rest everything is zero. Now, who is Daniel Goleman? Daniel Goleman is the Ramdev of emotional intelligence. Why I say Ramdev? Because Ramdev is some person who did not invent yoga. He is one person who is not the most skilled yoga teacher in the world. He knows yoga a little bit, but he has popularized yoga. There are thousands of people who are so expert in yoga that Ramdev doesn't even begin to compare with them. But they live in Himalayas. They are not after publicity. They are not, you won't find them on television. They spend time in caves and things like that. But you cannot snatch this credit, steal this credit from Ramdev that he made yoga a household name. You go to any park in India and you'll find people are doing some pranayam in the morning. And that is the gift of Ramdev. Daniel Goleman, unlike Ramdev, is a researcher. He has spent a lot of time researching on emotional intelligence, and in 1980 he came out with a book called Emotional Intelligence. It sold millions of copies. He became a best-selling author with his very first book, and he had done a lot of research. He asked a question that why people with high IQ are not successful. Then he realized they're not successful because there is some other factor which we are not even caring to see and measure. And then he discovered EQ. He studied lakhs and lakhs of people who were successful, and then he found the major reason was EQ, not IQ. And that is what is reflecting in his statement that it is accounts for 80% of success at work. Daniel Goleman in 1986 something, he wrote his second book, which was Working with Emotional Intelligence, and then he wrote another book, which was Primal Leadership. And then he wrote a book called Destructive Emotions. He came to India and stayed at Dharamsala with His Holiness Dalai Lama. And that was the first time scientists and the holy men were working together. And this book came out, Destructive Emotions. Then he wrote a book, Social Intelligence. So he has contributed a lot to the field of emotional intelligence. Now, a little while ago, I'm going to the next slide, so I'll stop here. If you have any questions, clarifications, you want to share something, please ask. This is the time right now. Once I leave, I don't want to leave you with questions that you could have asked but you didn't ask. Because where else you will find the answers? Right now in front of you. You can ask, clarify anything you want. Because of your shyness, I can't even see you. So what is the shyness about, right? So whatever question you have, please ask. Otherwise, you are losing an opportunity. After this, you may ask your colleague, what was he saying? What did he mean by this? Don't ask your colleague. You ask me directly. So if you have any question, any query, any clarifications, or you want to share something, please write in the chat box and let Divya read that back to me. And if you have really no question, nothing you want to say, which is not a good thing, I don't approve of it, but if that is really the case, then you write, please go ahead. But if you have a question, you want a clarification, write it there. I will wait for 30 seconds. Let Divya read out if you find anything in the box. Divya, you find anything there in the chat box?
Yes, sir. They're asking you to go ahead. Continue.
They're asking to go ahead. Okay. I will have to ban this. Okay. Going ahead thing. You must ask question. Okay. Let me go forward now. A little while ago,
Hello?
I was telling you. Yeah. Somebody asked something.
Excuse me, sir. Yes, sir. There's a question. How to
Please
differentiate which emotion is good? Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, you're audible.
Yeah, the question says how to differentiate which emotion is good and which needs to be managed.
Okay. If your breathing becomes fast while feeling an emotion, if your heartbeat goes high, definitely it is not a good emotion. It needs to be managed. And how do you manage it? By beginning to observe your breath. If you begin to observe your breath, breathing rate will automatically come down and you will be able to manage the emotion. If while under the spell of an emotion, you start shouting, you start talking aggressively, obviously it's not a good emotion. If because of an emotion, you become too silent, you know what is happening around you in the meeting is all bullshit, you're not satisfied and happy with it, but you are so angry that you do not even want to speak anything. A thought is coming, what is the use of even talking here? These people are useless. Either you become very aggressive or you become very quiet. These are the two signs which tell you you are not enjoying a good emotion. When our ancestors used to live in the forest among the wild beasts, when a lion or a leopard chases them, what do they used to do? They would run for their life, or if they think that the leopard is so close to them that running is of no use, they will think that, okay, I have to die, but I'll not die just like that, I'll fight. So maybe somebody will push a branch of a tree in the mouth of the leopard, and the leopard can't close the mouth. So only three things people used to do when they were in danger. One is running away from the scene. Second is fighting with it. And third is you lie down on the ground and become motionless. The bear comes near you, he smells you, and he sees that you're not even breathing, you are still, he will think that you are dead and he will go away. Because bears and many wild animals don't eat something which is already dead because it starts rotting. So these are the three things we also do when we feel threatened. We become angry, we become quiet, we become totally immobile. And these are the emotions which reflect that they are not good emotions. And they are also reflected if you are aggressive, if you are too silent, it's not a good emotion. And another way to find emotions is eavesdrop on your thoughts. कि देखो कि तुम्हारे दिमाग में क्या विचार चल रहे हैं. What is it? What kind of thoughts are coming? Maybe you are saying, I'm good for nothing. I'm worthless. मेरा कुछ नहीं हो सकता. Other people are too smart. I'm too inadequate for the world. Why this bloody, my boss, I want him to die tomorrow. We should meet with an accident. I don't want him to be here. If these thoughts are coming, they are obviously the signs of negative emotion, wishing somebody ill and cursing yourself. These are negative emotions. And trying to look down upon others, trying to feel too superior to others, and thinking that other people are very inferior to you. All these are negative emotions. And you need to manage them. And one of the key ways you can manage your emotions is to start watching your breath. Any other question that you have, so please read it out for me.
No, sir, there are no more questions.
Who asked this question? What is his name?
It's Abhinav Agarwal.
What is it?
Abhinav Agarwal.
Abhinav Agarwal. Abhinav, thank you so much for participating. And it was a brilliant question. Congratulations. Thank you. So I'm moving forward from here. So a little while ago, I was telling that emotions, when will you say that you're aware of your emotion? There are four junctures, points of time when you become aware of your emotion. One is late in the evening. Late in the evening, you realize, you see the broken plates, broken crockery, broken kettle, and you realize that I did it in an anger. So this is very late after emotion has done the damage you become aware of. Second is soon after the event. You broke the crockery and then you kept your hand on your forehead and say, oh my God, what have I done? I will have to repurchase it. It was a costly set. Whose damage I have done? It's my own thing I have damaged. In our country, when people are unhappy, what do? They burn buses, they burn trains. Then what happens after that? They think it is the government's property. Actually, there is nothing like government property. It's your property. So when you burn, those trains will again need to be purchased. Those buses will again need to be purchased. And do you think the Prime Minister will pay from his pocket or the government will pay from his pocket? No, they'll go from your pocket. Your vegetables, your fruits, everything will become costlier. So anger, whatever we do, soon after the event we realize we have burned the bus, we have broken the crockery. And the third is, some people become aware of their anger or any other emotion like jealousy, inadequacy, or envy, or whatever it is. They become aware during the event. And during the event, again, there are two parts to it. Some people become aware of their anger when they're getting angry, but they cannot modify their anger. They cannot manage their anger. They cannot control their anger. Yes, they become aware when they're getting angry, but they cannot do anything about it. Second is, they become aware and they can also modify it. They can manage their anger. They can cool down and they start speaking slowly, and they start watching your breath, and they can manage their anger. Then there are some people who become aware of their emotions before the event. So if this is A, this is B, this is C, this is D, this is E, I would like all participants, without the exception, to tell me where do they think they are. Do you become aware of your anger or other emotions very late, soon after? You become aware during the event but can't modify, become aware and modify it also, or before the event? A, B, C, D, E. Okay, write your answers in your chat box. What have you observed about yourself? Are you A, are you B, are you C, are you D or E? Just write these letters from A to E anywhere. बस एक शर्त है, लंबी लंबी नहीं छोड़ना है. Do not overrate yourself. Tell your truth. So Divya, when people write, just let me know the trend. Have they started writing A, B, C, D, E?
Yes, sir. So they're like C, then D, B. Like it seems there are a lot of C's.
Most of it is what? The maximum,
C.
which is the maximum?
C and B.
C and D.
C and B. B for Bombay.
C and B.
Yes, sir.
B for Bombay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So B is more than C?
It's not like that. Like they're like
They're
equal.
almost equal. Bombay and Calcutta
Yes.
same.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah. So most of the people in the world, they are B or they are C, which is a very good representation of the world in your group. Your group is a small world, is a miniature world, and it reflects the real situation in the world. Now, the beauty of this thing is we have to move from here. If you're right now here, you should move here. If you're here, you should move here. If you're here, then you should make some efforts to reach here. And if you're here, you should move here. This is like graduating. You go from one class to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next, okay? And like in an office, you join as assistant manager, deputy manager, manager, senior manager, assistant general manager. It's like this, you are growing, okay? You're growing from here to here, from here to here. So if you can grow, then, and if you're very consistently practicing, one day you will reach here. Once you reach here, the whole world will be in your palm. Dunya meri muthi mein. Because you can manage your emotion, yours, then you can influence people, you can control your emotions, manage emotions, yours and others. You can get along well with yourself and others, and then you can collaborate with anyone. But the condition is that you should do something to constantly move in the bottom direction towards the before the event. But the question arises, what can I do to move from here to here, from here to here, from here to here? Okay. So I want to ask you, how many of you want to know a process by virtue of which, if you practice it, you can move downward from here, 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 here? How many of you want to learn such a method if it exists? Say yes, if just write Y, which means yes. If you really would like to know about a procedure that you can do, it takes 5 to 10 minutes every evening. If you are very much interested in knowing this method and you admit that you will spend 5-10 minutes every evening, if you're willing to know it, let me know. If I hear no, I will skip the next slide, because
All of us want to know, sir. There are all
all
Ys
of
in
them
the
have
chat
chat
box.
box.
Why? Yes.
Okay, so I am going to the next slide in which we see the procedure, what we can do to move in the bottom direction, okay, before the event. This process is called Tarpar process. Tarpar. You will soon come to know why it is called Tarpar process. How can we become more aware of our responses and refine them suitably? अगर हमारे responses satisfactory नहीं है, because all our responses come under emotions, under the influence of emotions we give our responses, and no response is emotionless. All responses are affected by our emotion that we are feeling at that time. If emotion is negative, our responses will produce negative results. If they're positive, they will bring positive results. So if you want to improve your responses, you will need to move from A to B, B to C, C to D, D to E. And if you can become aware of your emotions before they take place, you can manage your emotions very quickly and get along well with people. So what you have to do? Number one, reflect back, review and record in a journal every night. एक notebook बना लीजिए और every evening या तो ऑफिस छोड़ने से पहले या घर आने के फौरन बाद you take a bath, sit down with your journal, tell your people at home that you need 10 minutes for yourself, so don't disturb you. And then you start remembering your day in the opposite direction. Opposite direction means you came 15 minutes ago. Before that, what you were doing, you were driving. There were 3 traffic lights that came in between. You stopped there. You were thinking this during the driving part. Before that, I punched my card in the office. Before that, I was with my boss. There was a meeting going on. Before that, I had lunch. Before that, I was working on some project and which my bosses are. Before that, I had just entered my office. Before that, I was driving, trying to reach office in time. I punched my card. And before that, I was having breakfast. Before that, I was taking bath. Things like that. You have to move in the opposite direction 5 minutes ago to the time when you got up in the morning. So you have to run from evening to morning. And run from evening to morning means you remember, try to recall what happened during the day. By the way, why are we trying to remember it in the opposite direction? It has been seen if you try to recall your day in the opposite direction, it improves 2 things. It improves your memory and it improves your sleep. You will have lesser dreams and you will have a deeper sleep. But the only thing is when you are recalling your day, you need to do it with complete detachment. And how do you achieve this total detachment? By imagining that you are a third person. You get out of your body and look at yourself as you will look at a third person. So many people died today in COVID. For me, it is a news, though a sad news, but I'm not so perturbed because no one whom I knew has died. Only when we find that someone we know, we feel little bad, or when we are ourselves sick, we feel bad. So if you can detach yourself from yourself in a way that you look like a third person, whatever happens to you, you don't care a damn about it. That is called detachment. So I have so far told you 2 things. This is a process which is to be done after the day in the evening, and by recalling what happened during the day in the opposite direction with complete detachment. You will not be seeing yourself as a part of the event. You will see that yourself as a third person, as you see a third person going on the road. Okay. Now you look back in the day and identify certain conversations, certain events, certain happenings which were unpleasant for you, or at least they were not satisfactory. Recall some moments when your emotions were low, when you were feeling sad, unhappy, for whatever reasons. Go through the conversations. Some conversations were pleasant, some were unpleasant, and one was particularly unpleasant. Pick up the one which is the most unpleasant. Maybe somebody shouted at you. Maybe you felt the company was not fair to you. It promoted people who were not deserving, and they denied you promotion even though you were deserving. So you felt a setback because someone treated you unfairly, and you really were sad about it. It is not just a conversation. Any happening that left you with a bad taste in your mouth, identify it. Write it in your journal. And when you write in a journal, write it in 3 parts. One is, what was the trigger? Kya hua tha, or how you interpreted it and how you reacted to it. Normally, any experience has 3 parts. We hear something, we see something, we taste something, we touch something, we smell something. Our senses have brought something to us. This is called input. Now, when these inputs have arrived inside your brain, the brain starts interpreting them. And it interprets them as sad, good, and neutral. So when something happens, you feel good or bad about it, and it takes the shape of an emotion. First, you interpret it. You see an apple, your eyes will send an image of an apple to your brain, and the brain will say, I like it, I love it, I want to eat it. That is how it processes it. And then how does it react? A hand goes out and picks it up. Suppose you see a truck is coming from the opposite side and moving in a serpentine path at a very fast speed, and you are moving your car in the direction of the truck. The input is an uncontrolled truck coming your way. And what does it do? It triggers in your brain an emotion of fear that I may die, I may get killed. That is the interpretation. I may get killed. It is not safe. I may die. And that creates an emotion of fear. And then you react. And how do you react? You start thinking of strategy to save yourself. So you say, okay, I'll take my car, pull off the car by the side of the road. And then you again fear that maybe the truck will come and hit me while I'm standing on the ground near the car. So you climb up the tree. So this is your response. This is your strategy. This is your response. The 3 things are there in any experience. Input, you saw the truck. Process, you interpreted it, and that left you with an emotion. That is the processing. The interpretation was that it can be devastating, it is dangerous. Emotion was fear. And then output was you took a step. You took out your car from the road and you climbed the tree. So any experience has 3 parts: input, process, output. And processing has 3 parts. One is how you interpret it. That will bring an emotion, and after emotion, you develop a strategy. In the output part, you implement a strategy. Okay. Now, what you see that creates a bad emotion, you interpret it in a certain way that gets you in a negative emotion. So any input which is interpreted in a way that results in a negative emotion, that input is called trigger. It triggers an emotion. So in this case, the uncontrolled truck was a trigger. My hand moved to pick up the apple. The trigger was the scene of the apple. But generally, trigger is used for emotions that are negative. Okay. So what are you doing and writing in this journal? You're going back in the day, detachment, going in the opposite direction, identifying one particular event or one particular conversation that left a bad taste in my mouth, and then you identify the trigger in it. You write in your journal what was the trigger, how you interpreted it, what emotion that interpretation created, and when that emotion came, what strategy you developed, and how did you react to that? How did you respond to that? So we call it seesaw. Seesaw is the stimulus or trigger. I is interpretation, E is emotion, S is strategy, O is output. Seesaw, S-I-E-S-O. Stimulus, interpretation, emotion, strategy, output. So you will write the whole seesaw of the particular event you picked up for the day. Generally, it will be unpleasant. So how many of you are with me? So far, whatever I have told, if you are with me, write Y in the chat box and Divya will tell me, yes, people are with me. Nobody is lagging behind, because if you have not understood what I have told you so far, whatever I'm going to tell next, you will not understand it. So those of you who have understood me, say yes. And if there is someone who has not understood it, please write N. Divya, if you notice an N, please let me know.
Yes, sir. Like, they're all yes till now.
There is an N?
No, not yet, sir.
So people are with us, they have understood. Now I will go ahead. Suppose you identify an episode during the day when you brought the work to the boss and the boss said, is this the way it is to be done? There are so many mistakes. I don't know when you will grow up. Who made you a senior manager? I don't know what kind of people are here in my team. You are so callous, so irresponsible. He's shouting at you. That is the episode you identified for the day to write in your journal. So there is a trigger. Trigger is something that provokes you. Okay, so you write your trigger, and the trigger is the boss shouted at me. Second thing you write, how did you interpret it and what kind of emotion it resulted in? So the interpretation was that boss is unhappy with me, and it is not unhappiness. At an unconscious level, you interpreted it as कि मेरी नौकरी खतरे में है and I may not get the promotion. That is your interpretation. And the emotion you felt as a result of that interpretation is that of fear. और अगर आप बहुत काम करते हैं और बहुत गुस्सा है तो it may be angry also. So emotions you felt when you interpreted boss's behavior in a certain way will leave an emotion inside your body. After emotion comes reaction. When this emotion came, you became completely quiet and you said, I'm sorry, sir. You started looking into your shoes. So this was your non-assertive response. There was a reaction from you, and the reaction is you became very quiet. As I told you, the people become aggressive when they are under stress, and if they are in a stronger position, they become aggressive. If they're in a weaker position, they become quiet. So this boy got quiet, started looking into his shoes and said, sorry, sir. Now, if you have written trigger, interpretation, emotion, and reaction, we have combined interpretation and emotion in one block and we call it E. So the Turper process, look, it is named as an acronym to the whole steps. There are 5 steps in this process. The first step is jot down the trigger in your journal. Second step is you write down the interpretation and emotion here. The third step is to jot down how did you react. And you have to write down all these things very honestly, otherwise there is no use. And you don't have to show it to anyone. It is your personal private diary, so you can afford to write honestly here. Now, after that, the fourth step is P. And P stands for pattern. And pattern means if you're writing this journal for few months, you will notice that you have a pattern. हर आदमी को हर चीज पे गुस्सा नहीं आता. Everybody has soft buttons. Everybody has soft buttons. What is a soft button? There are people who are very, very polite, very courteous, until you snatch from their hand the TV remote, then they become angry. So what is their soft button? That if somebody snatches the remote from my hand, that is my soft button. That is my trigger. It triggers a negative emotion. There are people who are very nice, courteous, helping, but if they see you coming late somewhere, you are not punctual, they get angry. So what is the soft button here for that person? Punctuality. Non-punctuality is the soft button. Some people are your great friends. They will support you. They will love you. They shower love in you. But if you speak a lie to them and they catch it, they will lose their temper immediately. So that is their soft button. If you challenge somebody that your decision was wrong, you are not so competent, you don't know your job, then they get angry. It is their soft button. So you have got enough examples now, so you understand that a trigger is generally a soft button. And we have to identify what is my soft button. If you see 30, 40 entries in your journal, and in your 40 entries, if you see 27 and 28 entries are about that somebody spoke a lie to me, or somebody came late, or somebody challenged my competence level, it shows that that is your soft button. Whenever you get angry, usually the reason is this, that somebody challenged your ego, somebody showed that you are inferior to him, so that is your soft button. So you begin to see a pattern in your trigger, you begin to see a pattern in the interpretation, you begin to see what kind of emotion it generates, you begin to see how either you become too quiet or too attacking, and you see what kind of a person you are. Are you quiet? Do you become quiet, or you become aggressive? In what way do you react? इन तीनों चीजों में आपको पैटर्न दिखाई देगा. You will identify a pattern in the trigger, your pattern in the emotion, and a pattern in the reaction. Note down that pattern. And now it is the last step. What is the last step? Review and rehearse. Look at your reaction, examine your reactions, and challenge the validity of filters. Think of and mentally rehearse your best possible response in similar future situations. Now what you have to do. For example, your trigger was that the boss came in the morning and you said, "Good morning, sir." And the boss did not reply you properly. You said, "Good morning, sir." And he said, and he went away. Now, this was your trigger. And you interpreted this to mean that boss is not happy with me and he is not giving me a good CCR and he is going to stall my promotion. That is an interpretation. And the emotion is that of sadness, of being rejected, of feeling unworthy, of a fear, a danger that I'm going to lose my promotion. That's an emotion. Now, out of the whole seesaw, the stimulus or trigger एक ही बात. Out of the whole thing, seesaw, S for stimulus, I for interpretation, E for emotion, S for strategy, and O for output. Which of these five you think is what you can change? Which is the one which is in your hand to change? Can you change the trigger? Can you change the stimulus? Yes or no? Can you change the interpretation? Can you change the emotion? Can you change your strategy? Can you change the output? Which one is the one which, if you change, the rest of the things change? So this is a question I'm asking, and I want your answer. Which is the one thing that when you change, rest of the things change? If you change that positively, rest of the things change positively. What is it that is in your hand and you can change it also? You write which step is in your hand which will change the rest of the things positively. Write it in the chat box and Divya will read it out to me. Divya, you're doing a fantastic job. Thank you so much.
No problem, sir.
So which is the one step that if people can change because it is in their hand to change it? For example, S, stimulus or trigger is not in your hand. How the boss will behave with you when you say good morning is not in your hand. But there are certain things here which are in your hand. What is in your hand which will change everything?
Like the response is coming for reaction, like reaction is in their hands, and the other one is interpretation.
Interpretation. Who said interpretation? What is his or her name?
Aman Shukla.
Aman Shukla, you're absolutely right. I want to applaud for you. Wonderful. You see, reaction is very late. You have to control where it is taking birth. If you control your interpretation, it will change the emotion and it will change the reaction. It will change the strategy. ये इमोशन कहाँ से बनता है? आपकी इंटरप्रिटेशन से बनता है. A man was driving on a hilly road, and you know the hilly roads are having hairpin bends. So when he was driving, by his side from the other direction, a car came. And the man who was driving this car, he rolled down his glass, and seeing him rolling down, this guy also rolled down his glass. And that man, after rolling down the glass, the man who was coming from the other side shouted at this man and said, "Piglet." Piglet means suvar ka bachcha. And then he rolled up the glass, and as he was rolling up the glass, this man shouted back at him. He heard some abuses and say, "Kutte ka bachcha, kutta kahin ka." And that car went away. Now this guy takes a hairpin bend, moves on the road, and he has to apply the brakes to a screeching halt. The car comes. Why? Because in front of him there are so many piglets on the road. And he pressed the brake and the car began to skid. He was lucky that he did not fall down thousands of feet. He just stopped at the edge of the road. And he started breathing heavily, and he realized, do you realize why that man was saying piglet to him? Anybody? Divya, any response? Why he was saying piglet, the man who was coming from the other direction? Why did he roll down the glass and say piglets? Any answer? The man who was coming,
Sir, he was
driving
warning
from
the
the other
other guy that
side,
there are a lot
he
of
rolled down the
piglets.
glass and said piglet because he was wanting to caution him that there are piglets. The moment you take a hairpin bend and turn on the right side, there will be piglets. So go slow, otherwise you will not be able to stop in time. So he was warning him, he was cautioning him so that he doesn't lose his life. So he was doing a good act. It was a benevolent act, a friendly act, a responsible act. And how did this man react to that? He heard abuses at him. The interpretation was that this man is abusing me. Emotion was of insult and anger, and the reaction was he paid him back in the same coin by hurling abuses at him because he thought he's hurling abuse at me. He got angry and he paid back in the same coin by hurling back at him the choicest of abuses. The whole thing began to go wrong where? When he interpreted in a negative way that he is abusing me. If he were in a good mood and if he were a patient person, not very quick in interpreting things, he could have understood that this man is cautioning him, is not abusing him. Indra Nui is a CEO of Pepsi. She was. And she writes in one of the books that her father taught her one simple thing. Whenever someone says something to you, assume positive intent in it. Do not think that he is after your life or he is your enemy or is your critic or something. Try to interpret it in a positive way. When you interpret it in a positive way, emotion becomes positive, strategy becomes positive, reaction becomes positive, life becomes positive. So you see the pattern in triggers, pattern in the interpretation, pattern in the emotion, pattern in the strategy, pattern in the reaction. So you know your pattern, what kind of a person you are, what are your soft patterns, how do you interpret things, what kind of emotions you usually feel, what kind of strategies you develop, what kind of reactions you give. So you begin to develop self-awareness, you begin to know what kind of a person you are, you become your self-knowledge increases, your awareness increases. So when your awareness increases, you can manage yourself better. Now, once you have identified your usual triggers, emotions and reaction, the last step is कि आज दिन में जो कुछ हुआ, what happened during the day, you wish to the boss and boss did not reply lovingly or respectfully. That was the trigger. Your interpretation was that he's not going to give me emotion. You became sad. You started worrying about it. And your reaction was that you were not able to focus on your work. You were very quiet, and throughout the day the thoughts were coming, disturbing thoughts. Now, what we are going to do in the last step, very simple thing we're going to do. Interpretation is the only thing which is in our hand. And I will examine whether that interpretation was a negative interpretation or a positive interpretation. And of course, the interpretation was negative. Now, I have to think of other possible reasons why my boss might have behaved like that. He might be busy. He might be worried. He might be thinking about something. Maybe the chairman has asked him to, prepare a note, and he is thinking about that. So when you are very busy in your thoughts and somebody comes and says good morning, how you will respond to that? and then you move forward. So you interpret that maybe my boss did not respond carefully to me, not because he's unhappy with me, not because he wants to deny me a promotion. He replied like that because he might have been busy. Might be he is worried about how to get his son admitted to a good college. So many things can be there. So you say to yourself that what is the most innocuous, least damaging interpretation, and then you close your eyes and you imagine the whole scenario exactly the way it happened. The only thing you will change is your own interpretation, your own emotion, your own strategy, your own reaction. You will change those four things positively. Interpretation and emotion, you will make it positive. Strategy and reaction, you will make it more positive. For example, I will interpret it this way, that I'm not sure, but maybe my boss is happy, but he was very busy in his thoughts, or he was worrying about something. And my emotion is that I should not take it personally, and I think um, I should trust my good relationship with him. And what is my strategy to handle it? My strategy is I will not keep guessing. I will go in the afternoon to my boss's room and I'll say, sir, I want to ask you something. And my boss says, what? Say, sir, are you happy with me or unhappy with me? If you are happy, very, very happy, give me 10. If you're very, very unhappy, give me 1, or anywhere in between, depending on how happy or unhappy you are. The boss may say, no, I'm not unhappy with you, I'm happy with you. What makes you think so? And then you reply, sir, actually this morning I say good morning and you didn't reply very nicely to me, so I thought maybe you're unhappy with me. And your boss will laugh and say, yes, yes, you're right, I'm so sorry, actually I was thinking about something. Or he may say the real reason or whatever it is. So at least you will know where you stand. So this is the the whole scenario will be the same. Your boss will still be wearing the blue shirt. He will be having the same glasses. His face will be the same. His shirt will be the same. His watch will be the same. Everything will be the same. And the way he responded will be the same to your good morning. But your own script will change. How you responded, how you interpreted, what kind of emotion you had, what kind of strategy you developed, and how you reacted, that you will change to the best and desired way, as I explained to you. So you will practice in your mind. I'm saying this. You can imagine my boss is whom, and then I am interpreting it that maybe he was busy. I should not worry. Uh, I think he's happy with me. And I'll develop a strategy to be sure I will ask in the afternoon. And then imagine yourself going to his room and asking a very straight question whether he's happy or not. All this while your eyes are closed and you're imagining this whole episode, but this time the script has changed. Not the boss's script, but your script has changed. And the script is according to the desired interpretation, desired emotion, desired strategy, desired reaction. And do this 3 times in your eyes, behind the closed eye. You imagine the whole episode which left a bad taste in your mouth. Now, revise it and rehearse it and replay it 3 times in your behind your eyes. This would be your best possible response, and this will be recorded and saved in your brain for future purposes. If you play it 3 times, it will be recorded, and next time you're about to take this kind of interpretation and emotion, it will immediately remind you that this is not the right way to interpret. And immediately when you are reminded, you will start interpreting it in a different way. And once you start interpreting a different way, emotion will change positively. strategy will change positive, and your response will be very different, which will be very positive. So with this, we come to the end of this particular slide, but I wanted to stop here and give you an opportunity to ask any question that you may have. You want to clarify something, you're not sure about something, whether you understood it correctly or not, so you can clarify. You can share if you are reminded of something that happened in your life, so you can connect what you just learned with what you have already experienced or happened in your life. You can share with us, or else, no, I will not say or else. Out of these three things, do one thing. So Divya, let us see how people are responding. Don't say get ahead. Please ask me something that, what is it that you could not understand? What do you want to clarify? What you want to share? So when you have some responses with you, just let me know, Divya.
Yes.
Is there any question some people are asking? Any question?
Sir, I have a question here. Like, if an incident happens, like because of your reaction or something, you actually like that situation when you remind it again in the late in the evening or something, you'll regret that, and you can't reimagine it with the correct situation. So how to overcome that regret and imagine it properly? Suppose I have scolded someone which I'm not supposed to do. I had to control my anger, but I couldn't do it. But when I'm reimagining the situation, the regret is more than like changing the situation.
What's your name?
Divya, sir. This is Divya.
Okay, so this is the question somebody has asked.
This is my question, sir.
Your question, fantastic. Now I will repeat your question to check if I have understood you correctly. What you are saying is, during the day, you lost your temper. Now in the evening, when you have settled down to do the temper process, your regret is heavier than your need to do the temper. Is that the question that you're asking me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now please understand, Divya, one thing very clearly, which is this. The only thing in your life that you can never repair is your past. Can you repair your past? If a glass jug has fallen from the table and broken into pieces, you cannot do anything about it. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
The past cannot be repaired. Yes. What you do in the future, it can be improved. Even if it is a relationship, you lost your temper and you are regretting that, you have to ask yourself, in the future, what can I do to lessen the impact of that? Maybe you can go to that person and say, I'm so sorry for yesterday. Actually, I was worked up. I was worried about something and I said something to you which I think was very unfair on my part. Somebody in the bus unknowingly puts his shoes over your toes and you say, ouch. Now this person says, ma'am, I'm extremely sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. Have I hurt you? Now, when that person says this, you think that he cares for you. He has not ignored you. He is not taking you for granted. He values you as a person, and you get better. So when you have regret, you ask yourself one question: how can I undo or lessen the impact of that on the other person? Now here comes the ego. If you go and say sorry to that person, in a way you are saying, I am wrong, you are right. And this our ego may not permit. But please understand, every time you say sorry, it does not mean that you're admitting your fault. It means you care for the relationship. When you say sorry, the other person feels better. And when he feels better, uh, he tends, the impact of what you did wrong comes down. And that is what you want. So there is a quote of Father Francis of Assisi. He was a Christian priest, and he says that whenever you are under stress, a situation which is troubling you, first of all, find out what kind of a situation it is. Is it something about which you can do something? Or is it a situation which you cannot do anything about? And then thirdly, he prays to the God and says that give me the wisdom to identify which one is which. Is it of the first kind or the second kind? If it is of the first kind about which you can do something, then do that something. If you cannot do something about it, then learn to live with it and endure it. This was Father Francis of Assisi. Now let us listen to the thoughts of Siddhartha Gautam Buddha. Lord Buddha has also talked about this. And what does he say? His thoughts are very similar to what Father Francis of Assisi has said, but in one respect, it is different. Buddha does not talk about a situation about which you cannot do anything. He says all situations are such that you can do something about them. Now, when he was saying this, one of his students, Maitreya, asked him, I don't agree with you, Buddha. Suppose my mother dies. You are saying every situation is something about which you can do something about. What can I do when my mother dies? I loved her, she loved me, now she dies. So in what way I can do anything about it? I can't do anything about it. So maybe Father Francis of Assisi was right that the situations are either you can do something about them or you cannot do something about it. Buddha said there are no situations about which you can do nothing. He said all situations you can do something. Then Buddha smiled and said, your mother died. Is that the problem? No, that is not the problem. Are you sad because your mother died? No, that is not the reason to sin. Your mother gave you love. And you know that love, the source of that love is no more there. You will be deprived of love. You were dependent on her in some way. Those things for which you were dependent, they are gone. You are not mourning your mother's death. You are mourning what you could get, but now you will not get. When my mother died, next day, my brother's wife brought him a cup of tea. And my father said, bring it in the same cup in which my mother used to give him the tea. So she changed the cup. So my father felt at least some part of the mother is there. In that cup it is present. And then he started crying and said, Who will iron my shirts? Who will cook my favorite dish? Who will take care of my health? Are you noticing one thing here? There is nowhere the mother is there. Nowhere my father's wife is there. Everywhere it is his own concerns. It is his own selfish concerns, if I may say so. Who will give him tea? Who will make him the dish which he likes? Who will take care of his health? So Buddha says to Maitreyi that the problem is not that your mother died. The problem is that the source of certain things has dried up now. And that is worrying you. The problem is that you are thinking thoughts of deprivation. You are thinking thoughts that I will not get this, I will not get this, and I have become poorer in some way. And then he says, the problem is not the mother's death. The problem is not that the source of certain things has dried up. In fact, the problem is the thoughts. If you do not think thoughts of what you have lost, it is gone. You can focus on your present, you can focus on future. So you can do something about that. All life, if you have a very big bank balance, but you have migraine here, headache here, what is nearer to you, the bank balance or the migraine? Migraine. You are a chairman of the company, but in your thoughts, you are worrying about your son who has got into drugs, your wife who shouts at you the moment you reach home, your daughter who is about to get into a divorce. As you walk through the corridor of your office, everybody is saluting you. Say good morning, say good morning, say good morning, say good morning. Because he's the king of the company. Do these salutes even reach him? No. Because nearest to you live your thoughts. थॉट से ज्यादा नजदीक कोई नहीं आ सकता तुम्हारे. And if your thoughts are heated up, if your thoughts are of thorns, if the thoughts are not of comfort, if the thoughts are like fire, your chairmanship, your bank balance, your fame is of no use. So the problem is usually the thought. So when you feel regretful that I lost my temper, instead of regretting it, first you say, what can I do so that past I cannot do anything, but the person will exist even in the future. So the one thing is that I will be careful next time, that I'll be careful, I'll not lose temper. And even better is I'll go and apologize to that person. And then when you feel a little lighter, you do the torpor process. And the torpor process will enable you to not repeat this mistake with that person or any other person, because there is a very strong likelihood if you behave like this with one person, there is a possibility if a similar situation occurs, you are likely to react and lose temper in the same way. So if you run this torpor process, you are strengthening in your brain the habit of interpreting, feeling emotion, strategy, and reaction in a positive way. So that thing, if you go on repeating every day, rehearsing every day, imagining and rehearsing every day the positive way to interpret, feel, strategize, and react, that over and over when you practice it, once you practice it, it's like a thread. Next time you practice it, another thread comes up. The third day you practice the third thread. If you practice it 365 days, it becomes a strong rope of habit. And this habit, once becomes strong, you will forget that there used to be a time when you would lose temper. You will feel in control all the time. But this does not come in one day. You will fail many times. The only thing you have to learn is every time you fail and fall down, never forget to get up and start walking again. So Divya, this was my answer to your question. Could you find the answer to your question which you asked?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So is anyone else has asked any question on this slide? Yes
No,
or
sir.
no?
No questions on the chat box.
Huh?
No, sir.
Okay. So
Okay,
we
there's
can
one
move
question.
forward. We can move forward.
So there's one question now, just now.
Yeah.
Can we define EQ rating based on introvert or extrovert people? Like which one can best handle the emotions?
EQ, the introversion or extroversion has absolutely no relationship with EQ. There are people who are very introvert, they stay indoors, they write books, they're authors. But when they go out, they are more in control of their emotions. They can be in control of emotions or not be in control of emotions. Someone's introversions does not make his EQ better or worse. And similarly, there are people who move around a lot in parties and mix with people, but not necessarily they will be in control of their emotions or aware of their emotions or manage their emotions. And I am not saying that this will be always the case. There are some people who are extrovert but emotionally intelligent, they're aware of their emotions, can manage. So introversion and extroversion has absolutely no relationship with EQ or emotional intelligence. Introvert can be either low EQ or high IQ, and same goes with extrovert person. His EQ can be low or high. So this is my answer to your question. Who was the person who asked this question?
Hritik Kumar Goel.
Ritik. Huh?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Ritik Goel, thank you so much for asking this wonderful question. And any other question is there?
No, sir. No other questions.
Okay, so can I move forward now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Divya. Now I will tell you that emotional intelligence is studied in 4 quadrants. Draw a vertical line in the middle of the paper. On the left you write self, on the right you write society or relationship or whatever way you want to write it. Similarly, divide the paper vertically into parts by drawing a horizontal line and write awareness and management. Now these 2 words you are very much aware of. Once you become aware, you can manage it. If you're aware of your own emotions, self-emotions, then you can manage your own emotion. If you're aware of the emotions of the other person, and society means the people you interact with, maybe your mother-in-law, maybe your husband, or maybe your wife, or your children, or your friends, and your colleagues, and your boss, all those people who you meet on a regular basis are society for you. So if you're aware of the emotions of the other people, then you will be able to manage your relationship with them. I will tell you that relationship can be compared to a building. And every time you interact with the other person in that relationship, that is like a brick. Every time you talk to a person, interact with a person, you are laying a brick. And that brick could be of high quality or bad quality. If it leaves a bad taste in your mouth or the other person's mouth, it's a bad quality brick. If you have too many bad quality bricks in a relationship, the building is about to collapse. You cannot say कि हम जब मिलते हैं हमारी खूब लड़ाई होती है, हम एक दूसरे को गालियां देते हैं, बदतमीजी करते हैं, लेकिन हमारी रिलेशनशिप बहुत अच्छी है. अगर आप गालियां दे रहे हैं, लड़ रहे हैं, लेकिन अंदर आपके अंदर ये ट्रस्ट है कि दिस गाय डज नॉट मीन दिस विद यू, ही एक्चुअली लव्स यू, तब तो बात दूसरी. बट अगर आप की हर इंटरेक्शन के बाद कड़वाहट बढ़ रही है, दैट मीन्स यू आर लेइंग ए dirty brick, a weak brick, and it is weakening the structure of that building called relationship. When you try to prove the other person stupid, inferior to you, relatively inferior to you, when you begin to shout at the person all the time, when you become so quiet there is no use talking to this person, when you refuse to discuss things and instead show your anger by shouting or becoming quiet, you are laying a dirty brick which will make the relationship weaker and weaker with every repetition of this. So the relationship depends, how you manage your relationship depends on how you manage your conversations or interactions with that person. If the conversations are very satisfying for both sides, the brick that you are laying every time is positive and relationship will become positive. But you cannot manage the relationship if you're not aware of the real feelings and emotions of the other person. Now this whole chart can be filled so much that it becomes a crowd here. But since it is your first time interaction with the emotional intelligence, I will just tell you a few things about the 4 quadrants, very few things. Then later on you can expand when you go to the second level, third level, fourth level. This is the scope of emotional intelligence. In emotional intelligence is becoming aware of the self and managing your self emotions. Then the second part of the definition was, once you become aware, you can manage the emotions of the self and you can manage the emotions of the other person. When you do this, you can get along well with yourself, and you get along well with the other person, and hence you can collaborate. So majorly it is awareness and management. So how to become self-aware of your emotions? First of all, please remember there are no good or bad emotions. By impact, what they result in could be good or bad. Anger can result in a divorce. Anger can result in breaking of a plate. Or sometimes when the Pakistanis lose a match against India, they break their TVs in anger. So the result of an anger or an emotion could be good or bad. But emotions themselves are never good or bad. Why they are not good or bad? Because there is a purpose why an emotion exists. And the purpose is always in the best interest of us. For example, when you feel jealousy, the purpose of jealousy is to tell you that somebody else has achieved something which you could have achieved but you could not. You will not feel jealousy with a person who comes from a different world, from a different society. I have never found myself feeling jealous of Queen Elizabeth. I may feel jealous of my brother, that he has a big car, I have a smaller one. So jealousy is an emotion about what could be possible for you because similar people achieved it and you could not. It can be taken positively. It is the purpose of jealousy is to make you aware that you can also become like them. Purpose of anger is that something you wanted to do, you could not do. You had an expectation from yourself or someone else, that expectation could not be fulfilled. It is telling about an unfulfilled expectation so that you can take a corrective action about that. You are about to miss the flight, you're already late, your wife insists that you must have the aloo ka paratha. Now you will shout at her because your expectation is that she should understand that paratha is not so important, catching the flight is more important. So emotions are neither good nor bad. How does this help when I say that please remember emotions are not good or bad? In real life, practical life, if I understand the emotions are not good or bad, how is it going to help me? Now, this is what I'm going to answer now. You see, all of us are biased very favorably in our favor. There is something which is called inner consistency. What is inner consistency? I say I have certain values. Like Benjamin Franklin had a value to be non-violent, not to hurt any animal, any living being. Now, when he finds that he loves eating fish, he may develop a sense of guilt, which is an emotion. He was awakened, so he could sense it, but a lot of people at an unconscious level, the unconscious will not allow us to see which is contrary to our image. What I'm going to say next is just to make you understand. And it is not to criticize any group of people or any particular person. It is just to give you an example that how when we say something is bad, we begin to not notice it. I was in the US. Some ducks, some geese were crossing the road. And I found that the whole traffic came to a screeching halt. They allowed the geese to cross over the road. The lady of the host, where we were staying with some American family, her daughter brought a jar, and trapped inside the jar was a butterfly. And that lady immediately said, "Do you want to know where she lives?" And the baby said, "Yes, I want to know." So she opened the jar and said, "Wherever the butterfly goes, in that direction is her home." So the baby became curious to know the home, and that was a very good way of releasing a trapped living being. So these two examples are telling about the kindness of people of that country. Most Americans home, either they have a cat or a dog, and they love their cat and dog like their own children. In fact, in America, if you keep a dog trapped in home or trapped in a car, you can be jailed for cruelty to animals. These are some good things about that culture. But wherever you go, you will rarely ever find an American who is a vegetarian. Now a trend is beginning there. I was sitting at a bench, it was smelling like hell. And then I asked someone, he said, "It is beef. People have eaten and thrown it here." Even though it was covered, but smell was coming. It's a biggest consumer of beef. Now please tell me, does it make sense that you are so sensitive towards a butterfly, but you have absolutely no sense of responsibility to not be cruel towards an evolved being like a cow or a pig or any animal for that matter? I'm not against sensitivity towards dogs, cats, or a butterfly. All are respect worthy. It's the fundamental right to die a natural death. Now, why Americans are so sensitive towards some particular animals and not so sensitive towards other animals? Because when they were kids, they were told cruelty is bad. Cruelty is bad. Now, when I do cruelty, I grow up and I pay some industry to do cruelty on my behalf. जैसे बॉम्बे में कहते हैं ना, सुपारी दे दी, ये मैं पैसे दे रहा हूँ, उसको मरवा दो. When I want to do cruelty because it favors me, it helps me, I will not see it. My unconscious mind will inject an injection of anesthesia, and I will not notice it. I'll turn my back on that so that I can conveniently do what I like to do. The emotion that make me feel bad about myself, I will rather not notice them. And if you do not notice an emotion, it goes out of your control and it will continue to control you, and it will come out in very different ways at different times with different people. अगर हम बच्चों को ये सिखाएं, jealousy is okay, hatred is okay, envy is okay, cruelty is okay, so long as you're aware of it. Emotions are bad only when you turn your back on them. if you're very conscious of your emotion, you're feeling that emotion, then it can do you no harm. You will not be in its grip. You will be in control of it. I'll give you an example of this. I was helping along with some friends, another friend who was shifting. The truck was waiting outside and we were carrying the furniture one by one and uploading it into that truck. The path to the truck, between the truck and the gate at the entrance door, there was a path. On one side there was a hedge, on another side there were a line of flowers. So there was a narrow path, maybe of 6 feet, and we were walking in there toward the truck, carrying chairs and sofas on our shoulders. So while I was carrying a heavy chair to be uploaded on the truck, I had a friend who was walking ahead of me, and he suddenly stopped. I thought he was, kind of playing a prank on me or just joking. And I said, please move. It's heavy. The chair is heavy. Please move. He's not moving. I said, this is not the time to joke, man. This is not the time for humor. It's heavy and I have no place to put it down. Please move. My hands are getting tired. My shoulder is getting tired. But he did not move. He took 1 or 2 minutes. And when I insisted him to move, he beckoned, he pointed his finger towards his feet. And there I looked, I found there was a snake. And the snake was coiled all around his lower leg. And it had coiled around his leg, and this man was not moving. And gradually I found that snake coiling around that leg and finally leaving him, and it went into the hedge. Then when the snake left him, he said, I'm sorry, Anil. You saw that snake was all around my leg. Had I moved one bit, he would have bitten me. If you become totally quiet, the snake comes around you, moves around, and then goes away. Because it is, when you move a bit, the snake comes to know that you're a living being, and you can, if you move, it sees that movement as an attack. And when it sees an attack, it counterattacks. Now, for a minute, replace that snake by an emotion. Emotions are like snakes. When they come, they coil around your heart. In various parts of the bodies, they go and clutch at yourself. Let us say it is hatred. Generally, it is considered a very bad emotion. So suppose you're in the grip of hatred. But in the childhood, somebody has told you hatred is bad, greed is bad, hatred is bad. Unconscious mind, what it will do, it wants to see you in a good image. And if that your self-image is getting contradicted by what exactly you're doing, what it will do, it will make you anesthetic. It will inject a chemical inside you so that you do not notice it. You turn your back on it. But if you are very much aware of that hatred like snake, it will come and it will go. Provided you don't move, provided you don't justify it, provided you do not say it is bad, provided you do not say it is good. When you don't make a comment on it, you are still. You are watching it. And if you are still, the emotion will come and it will go. It will leave you unimpacted. When you see a comedy movie, first time you laugh a lot. If you repeat it again, you laugh again, but not so much. If you have seen it 7 times, 8th time a friend comes and you see the movie, your friend will be laughing, but not you. Because those emotions have been felt over and over again, and now they do not leave an impact on you. So when the emotions come and you notice them, then they leave you unharmed. They are like the snake that came and went to bite. But when you call it good or bad, the snake gets disturbed. You're not able to watch it. You turn your back on it. And in the rats enjoy their best time in the darkness. When the power failure is there in the night, we may get very, very perturbed. We want light. We are creatures of light. But the rats, they're creatures of darkness. They feel safest when they are in the dark. In the light, they're afraid because they may get noticed. And emotions are like these rats. They want to live in darkness, especially negative emotions. They want to be in dark. And when somebody says this is a bad emotion, you would not notice it because your unconscious mind does not want you to notice bad things about you so that you can keep your head held high. So this emotion will keep moving like a rat in the darkness. And when a rat is in the dark, it can do all kinds of bad things. It can eat up your clothes. It can eat up any furniture. And that's what a negative emotion keeps doing if you don't notice it. Emotion is actually a chemical. And that chemical moves through the bloodstream into various parts of the body and destroy your body parts. If you say, I'm a very loving man, but you have hatred inside, you don't notice it, because if you notice hatred, you will look bad. The unconscious mind will not allow you to see, and that hatred will gather inside your heart, and you will have a heart failure after some time. If you are very, you develop a tendency to be angry, the chemicals that are produced during the anger. By the way, emotions are nothing but chemicals interacting with the physical body. So this anger will get inside your gallbladder, and the gallbladder will develop stones, and the gallbladder will have to be removed. If you say too much work, too much responsibility on me, and you feel overburdened, your shoulders will get injected with some chemical, and you will have a frozen shoulder. So I have written a book called Reverse Your Thoughts, Reverse Your Diseases. And this book talks about how emotions are the real reason behind 150 kinds of diseases that I have mentioned. And what you can do about it, simply reverse the emotion and you will be fine. So therefore, do not say any emotion is good or bad. It is our parents, it is our society, it is our teachers who keep telling us hatred is bad, jealousy is bad, greed is bad. Bad is not an emotion. Bad is your disinclination to honestly see it, feel it, to become aware. If you become aware, you can control it, you can manage it. Bad is an emotion which is out of control. And out of control is when you refuse to look at it. Second thing is, watch your thoughts. Every day we think 55,000 thoughts. 95% of these thoughts are negative. Negative in the sense they are not something which talk good about ourselves or others. So, and if emotion is fire, the thoughts are the smoke around it. If you're not aware of your emotions, at least become aware. Emotions are actually physical. Emotions are felt in your chest, they're felt in your shoulder, they're felt in your tummy. Sometimes when you are having an emotion of anxiety, have you noticed that that day you lose your appetite and cannot eat? Because a lot of chemicals are injected in the intestines and in your liver, and there is no appetite because of that. So every now and then, suppose you go to use the washroom. As you are using the washroom, close your eyes and ask yourself, what am I thinking? Is it a good thought? Is it a bad thought? What am I thinking? Am I thinking negatively or positively? And if I'm thinking this thought, what is the emotion behind it? And in my body, where am I feeling it? It could be in your chest, in your tummy, it could be in your hands, it could be in your face. I noticed I used to keep this area very tight because of an emotion, and I was not aware of it. As a result of it, I developed a kind of a hole here, if you can see it. Right here, it's okay. Here it is some kind of a dimple kind of a thing has come. Some wrinkle has come here because I keep this tight because of a certain emotion. Now, when I became aware of this, I started purposely noticing that this area is under tension, my left jaw, and I loosen it up. Every time I become aware, I bring my mind to my here and see whether I'm keeping it tight, what thoughts I'm thinking, and what emotions is behind that. In fact, your whole face will also change. The first 40 years of your life is you carry the face which your parents have given you. After 40 years, your face carries the face of a person who has what he has done with his emotions. Mother Teresa's face is full of so much cheerfulness, kindness, because she was always thinking such kind of thoughts, and those thoughts got reflected on her face. They become permanent on his face. So when you are using washroom, you're going to toilet, you're waiting, your boss has called you in the room, but he's on the phone, so you're waiting, you're in the bank waiting, you're stopped at the traffic light and you're waiting. Use these moments, waiting moments, to identify your emotion level and see your emotion between -5 to +5 with 0 in between. Suppose you're feeling very, very happy, so happy that you want someone to break the news to that person. -5 is when you are trying to find out a tall building from where you could commit suicide, fall from and commit suicide. You're so unhappy. 0 is you are neither happy nor sad. You should be aware of your emotions. So every now and then when you get an opportunity, when you're waiting for something, you ask yourself, where I stand here in between -5 and +5. You should be ideally at +3 and above. The moment you become +2, become aware of it. +1 is a warning that you're going down. -1, you should try to bring to 0, 0 to +1. Please never allow yourself to go to -3. This is a danger zone. Parveen Babi was an actress who had everything one can aspire for: beauty, fame, money, success. Her body was found in her small apartment after 3 days, and it was stinking. When Amitabh Bachchan was asked that you were a good friend of her, you never cared to check how is she doing, he said in the last few days she would not allow anyone to come near her. Why? Because she had gone to -1, then -2. And when you do not remain aware of what is happening inside you, it is like emotions are like a rat, and they've got the proper darkness, and they will keep coming down, 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 down. And when you come to -5, you will take sleeping drugs and you will die. Lots of students die every year after the results are there because they're never aware of the emotions. Even the parents do not have the time to talk to them. They give hints, but parents are so busy. They are more interested in their performance than their health and what happens to them. I've already talked about soft buttons, so you become aware of your soft buttons. If you're aware of your soft buttons, you will be better able to manage them. Whatever you're aware of, you'll be able to manage them better. Now, these are some things you can do to develop emotional self-awareness, listening to your thoughts, and not calling any emotion as bad. Every now and then, when you get an opportunity, see what is your emotional thermometer telling, where you are on this, becoming aware of your soft buttons. If you do all these things and a few more, which I am not mentioning here because of the time constraints, but these four itself are good things to start with. If you do these things, you will be able to manage yourself well. Now, I'm going to talk about 3 P's which will help you manage yourself. Whenever you are feeling a failure, you're unhappy, disgruntled, you ask yourself 3 P questions. What are these 3 P questions? First is, do not take it personally. The person has not failed. You used a methodology, it failed. Suppose you failed in an exam. When you fail in an exam, you have not failed. The procedure you adopted to study, that has failed. Second thing is pervasive. The failure is not pervasive. Pervasive means it is in all spheres of your life, all directions of life. You have failed in English. It doesn't mean you have failed in everything. And if you have failed in your academically, not necessarily you have failed in relationships. Not necessarily in you have failed in finances. So, and the third is permanent. Yes, you have failed right now, but that does not mean that you are going to fail forever. Now, why I'm saying all this, when your time is bad, and if you check what you're thinking and you listen to what you're thinking, you will find whenever some failure happens, you tell 3 things to yourself. It's a personal failure, it's a pervasive failure, pervasive in all fields, and it's a permanent failure. So you reverse this. You say it's not a permanent failure, it's not a personal failure, it's not a pervasive failure. So when you do this, you will be able to manage your emotions better. Secondly, whenever you get on time, keep your hand on your chest, on your tummy, and see how you're breathing. First, your tummy will come out, and then slightly the chest will fill in, and finally your shoulders will go up to make more accommodation for the air. If you become aware of your breathing, something interesting happens. Your anxiety, your negative emotions, your stress level comes down simply by watching your breath. I'm not saying to go for deep breath or change your breath, just start watching. Now, there is sometime in 2009, there was an aeroplane carrying 262 passengers, and the pilot's name was Sullenberger. And Sullenberger was a pilot who was carrying these 262 passengers in that plane. And this plane took off from New York, going to Washington, D.C. And between there is a river, and it's called the Hudson River. Now the flight was going well until a bird hit the plane. Do you know, when a bird hits the plane, why it is a dangerous thing? Does anyone know? Please write that why a bird's collision with a plane, with a plane on flight can be dangerous. If you know the answer, please write it. Divya, you will read in case you receive an answer. If you don't, let me know that there's no answer. Divya, you hear any answer?
No, sir.
Okay. See, there is a turbine kind of propeller in the wings which moves very fast. And that is actually driving the engine. Suppose a bird gets sucked into it. Of course, the bird will die, but the engine will get jammed. When the engine gets jammed, there's no way you can repair it from within, and the plane begins to fall. And that is exactly what happened to Sullenberger's aeroplane. It started going down, and they were flying on the River Hudson. And when you see that you are the pilot and the plane is going down into the river, आपके हाथ पांव फूल जाएंगे. You will become nervous. And that is exactly what happened to Sullenberger. And he became so nervous, he started sweating. He did not know what to do. He was not only responsible for his own life, but responsible for the lives of 262 passengers. When you are under the grip of negative emotions, your ability to think clearly comes down. And that is exactly what had happened to Sullenberger. He was not able to think what to do. He was not able to develop a right kind of strategy which he could implement. The interpretation was, we are all going to die. The emotion was that of fear, of helplessness, hopelessness. And the strategy, he was not able to think. And when you are not able to think of a strategy, then the natural strategy is, when you're hopeless, is to do nothing and allow for the worst to come. And that is what was happening. Suddenly, Sullenberger recalled that his training as a pilot, their trainer had told, whenever you are under stress, start watching your breath. And he started watching his breath. And do this experiment anytime. If you start watching your breath will become slower and slower. And that's what started happening to Sullenberger. And when your breath becomes normal, you can begin to think. And he also, when his breath became normal, he could think normally, and he recalled their trainer had told, when you are flying over a river and the plane is about to drown in that, what you have to do is to let the plane land on the waters at an acute angle, 50-degree angle, so that it doesn't come with a thump. If it comes just like that, the water will hit like stone and it will break and people will die. So, but instead of falling like this, if you go like this, tangentially over the sea, the damage will be less. And in the meanwhile, he had radioed the station below that we are falling, and I will manage for some time to float on the river, but please make the rescue team ready. And that's what he did. He tangentially came down on the river, and the rescue team had already arrived. 262 passengers, including Sullenberger, their lives were saved. It happened in 2009. Every year, on that date when this happened, the 262 passengers meet Sullenberger and they celebrate their rescue. And they offer thanks to Sullenberger. But actually, this is exactly what you can also do when your boss has called you, shouting at you. You are interpreting it, my life is in danger, my career is in danger, I'm creating bad impression, which may be lasting. So you will breathe faster and you will not know how to answer your boss. Your memory will not help you. He's asked you a question, you don't know how to answer it. So if you start watching your breath like Sullenberger, the brain will begin to function normally and you'll be able to think better. You'll be able to answer him better. You will develop courage to face him. When you are under the grip of a negative emotion, think that you are in front of a traffic light, stop. Red means stop. Stop means under the grip of negative emotion, stop reacting. Hold your reaction. Hold your response. Now you go to yellow. Yellow means you examine that whatever way you are thought of reacting, will that bring a result which I want, or will that bring a result that I don't want? And if the result that I don't want is what will happen if I act in the way I am about to act under the influence of a negative emotion, then you should think of changing your strategy and response. Think of the best response you can think, which will bring the desired result. And when you are sure that this is the right kind of response, go to the green and you execute that response. Now, this is the Turper diary we have already talked about. This is how you can manage your emotions better. Now, let me go to the other side, which is of becoming aware of the society, of the other person's emotion, of the mood in the room. And this you will be able to notice if your mind is at silence. If there are several thoughts in your brain, you will not notice lesser and lesser about what is happening around you. You can notice the facial expressions of people, as you noticed in the first two slides I showed you while I was introducing you to the 6 basic emotions. When you were noticing them, there were no thoughts in your brain. Your mind was silent. It was focused on those faces. But you did it because it was an exercise. But in real life, we don't even notice the faces of people. Why? Because we are more worried about how this conversation will go, our own worries, our own thoughts. And there is something which the Buddhists call as mindfulness. Mindfulness means becoming aware of what is happening in this moment. How you're breathing, how you're standing, how your posture, how your heart is beating, how you're breathing, where you are keeping your hands, where your eyes are, and what is the emotion that you're feeling, what is the energy you're feeling, are you feeling tired or you are feeling good? So this is called mindfulness, being awake in the moment, being aware of what is happening inside you and becoming aware of what is happening outside you. So when you develop a habit of always being present in the present moment, and being present moment means being mindful, and being mindful means being alert and awake and aware of what is happening inside your body, how you're feeling, what you're thinking, how you're standing, how your eyes are, where you're looking, where your hands are, and how your heart is beating, how fast or slow you're breathing. This is all mindfulness, and this also means that you be aware of what is happening around you in the room. You read the faces in the room. particularly the person you're talking to you, is he standing like this? This means that he's not much interested in what you're talking. Look at where his shoes are. If they're pointed towards the door, that means he's wanting to go out. If the hands are like this, that means this person is open. So you can purchase a book on body language, and you will learn about what kind of observation of the person's face and gestures will give you a pretty good idea of the emotions inside that person. But the first need is you should be available to read the other person's emotions. And you will be available if you're mindful. If you are all thoughts are inside, worried about something, you are inside yourself, you will not be able to notice the things. If you're absent-minded, you will not notice these things. The second thing is something called emotional safety. Emotional safety, in a way, I have already told you what it means. During a conversation, if you find your heart is racing, your breathing is becoming faster, either yours or the other person's with whom you're talking, it is a sign that emotional safety is in danger, especially for the worst person who's showing these signs. That means that the person is about to get under stress, under some negative emotion. If somebody starts talking loudly, shouting, it's a sign that this person, emotional safety, his feeling is under threat. If you start shouting, or your heart is racing, or your breathing rate is very high, or you have stopped participating in the conversation and you're just waiting for the conversation to get over, it simply means this thing that your emotional safety is under threat. When our emotional safety is under threat, we do either of the two things. We become quiet or we start shouting, become aggressive. Why that happens? If I'm feeling you're not respecting me, you're not talking to me in a respectful way, and respect is a need. If this need of respect is not being fulfilled, I feel threatened. And when I feel threatened, I say my emotional safety is in danger. Suppose you are giving a gift to everyone, but not to me. I don't feel accepted. I feel rejected. And my emotional safety is in danger. You have praised everyone, but not me. I feel I'm not being accepted. Acceptance and approval and recognition and respect, these are fundamental needs. And when they are under threat, the emotional safety is also under threat. And when emotional safety is under threat, you cannot converse normally. Then the focus shifts on giving back the other person in the same time. If you are insulting me, I'll also insult you. If you're trying to make me feel inferior, I will also find a way to make you feel inferior. So emotional safety should be preserved during a conversation or interaction. And how do you preserve it? If you find the emotional safety is under threat for the other person, because you see symptoms of it, immediately say, did I say something to you which you felt bad? Did I hurt you unknowingly? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean this. I did not mean this, but I meant actually this. So clarify your position and apologize for that. And if it is happening with you, then you stop the conversation and tell the other person, you might not have done it intentionally, but when you said this, I felt a little hurt. Okay, so this is how you manage your emotional safety. So we are about to finish in a few minutes time, and this is the last slide of the day, and I'll leave some time, 2-3 minutes for you to ask questions if you want. So this shows anger, and this shows becoming quiet. These are the two symptoms which tell that the person is feeling emotionally threatened. And emotional safety should never be threatened in a conversation. Now, IBI means what is my intention? This is my intention. This is my behavior, and this is the impact. They should be in alignment. What is my intention? What results I want out of the conversation? If their impact is just the contrary to that, I want to make the person happy, but he is becoming angry with me. That means I need to check my behavior. I need to check my responses, and we must be doing something wrong with my behavior, my responses. So I need to look at it and change it in such a way that it aligns my intention with the impact. And lastly, never do anything to the other person which, if done to you, you will not like it. Some people spend 40 years of their life studying scriptures of various different religions. I spent 35 years. Today, I'm not a religious person. I've given up everything. The most fundamental lesson of all religions, if you can carry one thing from the religions, you can forget all the religions. And if you do not remember this teaching or learning of the religions, so how much time you spend in the temples and mosques, that doesn't matter at all. Religions have only one thing to teach. If you can grab it, fine. If you don't grab it, then it is all based on you. And the teaching is this, which is found in all religions. All religions do not say the same thing. You must have been hearing all religions teach the same thing. No, they don't. It's a big lie. All religions teach very different things, but there are some things which are common. And one of the most important things that run like a common thread through all religions is this, that do not do to others what, if done to you, will not like. For example, I was talking to Benjamin Franklin. He said this thing, that why I'm not in favor of killing animals is this, that I'm also an animal. I may wear a shirt and pant, but actually, in the eyes of God, I am an animal. Just by wearing my specs or building big houses or wearing my shirts and pants, I don't cease to be an animal. I'm an animal in shirt and pants. We all are animals because we descended from apes. We might have become intelligent, we might have become in some way advanced, but we are animals. And if I do not want others to do a certain thing to me, I would not like a lion to eat me up. So I should not do the same thing to a lion or to any animal. Now this I'm taking in a general way. I'm showing it from the top, but the same thing percolates down to human behavior. When I'm in the office, I should not do to the other colleague or my boss. Do not do to the boss what, if your subordinate does to you, will not like. And do not do it to your subordinate what, if your boss does to you, you will not like. So this is social awareness. And we are going to the last quadrant. UPR means unconditional positive regard. That never think that you are superior to the other person. You may be luckier as compared to the other person, but you're never better than the other person. Suppose somebody is a terrorist, somebody is a murderer. Do not think that you're superior to him. I read a story when a person sat with an author, and he was actually a murderer. And then he proved to the author that the author is no more superior to him. Had he been born in the same circumstances and under the same influence, he would have been a murderer like him. So what person does or does not do should not be the basis of how much respect we give to the person. This is some kind of respect which is basic for all. So when we say he is such a good person, I respect him a lot, we are actually saying we are liking him. But respect is a common denominator. In some of the Western countries, when they catch hold of a thief or catch hold of a person who just violated the traffic rule, they say sir to that person. Gandhi used to say that you hate the sin, do not hate the sinner. Now, in five-star hotels, they first taste before serving it to others. So what you're about to say to the other person, taste it before you serve. Taste it before you serve. You ask yourself, if the same thing which I'm about to say to the other person, if this thing were said to me, whether I will like it or not. If you don't, then change what you're about to say. Then API, I already told you about Indra Nooyi, assume positive intent, and now his means you should be hard on issues, soft on people. If somebody has done something wrong, you are the boss, come and criticize that behavior, that action very severely. But be soft on the person. These two things are very different. Please understand, what a person does is not the person. Person is here, what his actions and behaviors are different. You can criticize a person's actions and behaviors, but you need to be respectful, loving, and soft to the person. And lastly, there is something called breaking the egg from within. You can break the egg in two ways. You can take an egg and tap it, and the contents will come out. And another way you can break it is you just leave the egg there, and after a few months, the chick will break the shell and come out. In both the ways, the shell gets broken, the egg gets broken. But in the first way, when you tap the egg, a life comes to an end. And when in the second case you allow the egg to break from inside and the chick comes out, a life begins. Now, what does it mean in terms of emotional intelligence is that when you are trying to teach your child, when you're trying to teach your subordinate, you want to say something to him, do not criticize that person. हम अंताक्षरी खेलते हैं, उसमें आखिरी जो वर्ड होता है, आखिरी जो लेटर होता है, वहां से हमारा गाना शुरू होता है. इसी तरह where the other person leaves, what he is saying, from there you should pick up and take the conversation ahead. Now, if you want to say to your child, you are not studying, do not say this. You ask him that, when are your exams? So you must be studying. I saw you're studying a lot. Start in the reverse direction. And he says, no, Papa, I'm not studying so much. Others are studying too much. He says, no, you're intelligent, you will do it. I'm not worried about that. No, Papa, what you see me studying, actually, that's only homework. And this is a crucial year for me, I should study. Now, all the things you wanted to say, you have to make the other person say that himself or herself. When the person says the things you wanted to say, he will own it and he will not feel humiliated. So you ask a question, keep asking questions. You ask intelligent questions, and the answer of which is what you wanted to say to that person. Do not say you are not studying. You say, so when are your exams? So how much people are studying? I think you're studying a lot. Let him say. Okay? So same case goes with the subordinates. Where if you want to criticize some report he has prepared and you are dissatisfied with it, do not say, hey, this is bullshit, I don't like it. You must ask him a question. What was the purpose of this report? Why were we making it? And when the person says that the report was to create a good impression and among our customers about our product, you say, so when you read it as a customer, do you think you are feeling impressed by the product? So he says, I think so. Now say, if it is to be, impact is further to be improved, what more you can add and what more you can delete? Can you think of it? And make that person think. You do not have to think on his or her behalf. So with this, we come to the end of this slide as well as this today's session. But before I come to an end, we are exactly at 5:30. This is the time that was allotted to us, but I will still give you 2-3 minutes in case you have a question, anything you want to clarify, you want to share something, you want to make a comment about whatever you learned. The floor is open to you. Please write in the chat box, and Divya, please read out if you hear any question or any comment that you read. Please read out that.
Yes, sir.
Is there any question? Divya, any question you have? Any comment? Anything people want to share?
Not yet, sir.
Not yet. Okay. So we will come to the end of this webinar. If any of you faces any question, any doubt which you could not ask here, you can go to my LinkedIn profile. You can take a picture of this. You can go to my LinkedIn profile. You can go to my Facebook profile. You can write to me on the email. You can go to my website. You can read lots of good articles which will help you in improving yourself and growing yourself personally and professionally. So you can take a picture of this, and just now, within the next 10 minutes, connect me on the LinkedIn or Facebook, because I have seen my personal experiences, whatever we do not do in the next 10 minutes, it generally gets forgotten. And you won't do it in 10 years. The first 10 minutes are very important. In fact, in the next 5 minutes, you find me out on the LinkedIn and connect with me. You can connect me on the Facebook also, but LinkedIn is a more professional social platform. The more gossips are here, but here more professional things are here. So you can also jot down my email ID, but do not pass it on to anyone else. So with this, we come to the end of this webinar. If you want to make any feedback, you can give it to Tina Madam, and from Tina Madam, your feedback will come to me. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir. This is Tina, and thank you on behalf of the entire PMI team. Also on behalf of all of the ETs, we're really gratituous for you to have taken time out for this session. As I told you, this is the first day of their management module. So to embark with a topic as profound as emotional intelligence, I'm sure it will take them a long way and also help them in the long run. It's not just a part of they being professionals in NTPC. I think it's going to stay with them for a long, long time. It'll help them and us, all of us, become better leaders, better persons, better human beings. So thank you very much, sir. We hope to see you again very soon in another of our sessions. Until then, please take care of yourself. Please stay in touch. Our associates will get in touch with you with the further discourse.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Tina. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye, sir. Have a great day.
Bye.
Okay, bye-bye, everybody. You have your yoga classes at 7 o'clock today, but I have received requests from the batch 1. Ashish has sent me a spreadsheet which says that most of you want yoga classes to be held in the morning hours. So today in the yoga class, please discuss with Yoga sir which 3 days will he allocate for batch 1 and which 3 days for batch 2. For batch 1, the classes will be held from 6:30 in the morning till 7:30. Okay, 6:30 to 7:30 in the morning for batch 1, because the spreadsheet says more than almost 50% of the batch wants it in the morning. I haven't yet received any confirmation from batch 2, so we'll still wait for them to respond. So batch 1.
Ma'am, I'll send the spreadsheet to you now. Like most of us wanted from 7 to 8, ma'am. in the
7
morning.
to 8 is not possible. 6:45 to 7:45. अगर 15 मिनट का आप थोड़ा सा leverage दे दे, तो 6:45 to 7:45 sounds good. Because this
Yes,
yoga,
ma'am.
that works.
I think it should not be a problem. 15 minutes should not be a problem.
Oh, then it's okay. Then for both the batches we'll keep from 6:45 to 7:45, 1 hour. And he does not want the batch to continue 3 days continuously in one go. So he would keep it alternatively. Okay.
Okay.
So maybe batch 1 will go ahead with Monday, then Wednesday, and then Friday. And then batch 2 will go ahead with Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday.
Okay, ma'am, we are okay with it. We already
Wonderful.
discussed in our group, batch 1. I'm Ashish from batch 1.
Yeah.
We already discussed about this. Firstly, we discussed that we should go for Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. But as you said that it is not possible for them, so we'll go with Monday, Wednesday, and Friday.
Okay, so batch 2 tomorrow morning you have to be up. So today in the evening maybe batch 1 can join. Batch 2 because you have to assemble tomorrow morning at 6:45. You may be excused for today. Batch 1 today you join at 7 o'clock. Discuss with sir, and then Wednesday onward it's your way. All right.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Ma'am, Pradeep here from batch 2. I have one query that because Saturday will be off for us. So is it okay if some of us join on Friday or?
Saturday is not off for you. Who
पूछ
said
ले
that?
नहीं फिर आधे ज्यादा वक्त क्यों दिखा हमने खाना ही नहीं था क्यों ना ये वो
Saurabh, microphone off कर लीजिए please. Pradeep, Saturdays are not off. So we have activities on those days. We have assessments on those days. Some of the faculties will also schedule their classes on Saturdays.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. But for this week, for week 1, there is nothing on Saturday. So I'm planning to go to my hometown. So is it okay for me to join the yoga session on Friday with
Yes,
batch 1?
of course, of course.
Okay, okay, okay.
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 Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Thank you.